Okay, hello, hello. Coming through, volume looks good.
Hello, hello.
Whoa, I can hear myself.
Coming through, volume looks good. Hello, hello.
Okay, I think we're good now. Not the worst thing I've done on stream. Okay, game's open. So, we're hovering pretty close to the end of the story as far as I can tell. We found out what Project Zero Dawn was. Basically, it was an attempt to reboot humanity that only partially worked and part of it is currently, for reasons unknown, trying to eradicate humanity again. Well, keep in mind, Retro, I play alternating weeks with another game, so that slows me down a bit. So I'm only getting about 12 hours a month out of a game. I also got a little stuck in a few places. I did do a lot of meandering for side quests. Although right now I'm going to be very focused on trying to finish this. So, like, I know I have one or two outstanding side quests. We're unlikely to get to them at this point because we're close. It was the DLC. I think it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I finished the DLC. And then went back. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, the first day I finished the DLC. Then next I got back to the main story. Skipping the DLC final mission when I said it wasn't anything of major concern. It was literally just go hunt a few fire claws. And after doing the finale of the DLC about 10 levels too soon, I figured I had suffered enough. The good news is with me having suffered through that, it's like, I beat the DLC. Whatever this game want to throw at me, it can't be that bad. I thought a demonic thunderjaw. What's the worst you could do now? Even the behemoth wasn't that big a deal. Anyway, first things first. We are actually going way back to Norlands. We're going back into the mountain where I'm pretty sure the thing inside is going to be Gaia. Not a lot for the location right now. Okay, can I go outside of it? No. What's the closest I can get? They're actually not letting me go anywhere. Okay, let me just... Looks like this is about as close as it'll let me get. Probably not, but I'm doing well enough that it doesn't matter too much. And I'm not going to go on to 100% this thing, so it's like, eh. Oh, is that the one you needed 2 power cores for? I think I got the 1 power cord in, but never found a second.
Smell. Trees on fire. The embrace. Watchtower's burning. The sentinels had time to warn the tribe.
Oh! Hiya, buddy. That's a corruptor. And I don't have the wire to craft right now, so I'm gonna have to do this the fun way. What's your weakness? Fire, huh? I can accommodate. There we go. I forgot the dodge button for a moment. Okay, switch to the Rattler. He's low enough. Just normal arrows for this guy because he's just a watcher.
Stand here. Anything to protect the embrace. The gates couldn't hold.
Really? Same guys who made the kill zone. But the whole series or just like one of them?
And ash.
Oh, wow. And okay, so yeah, I knew there was something about power armor retro. It's like, so that's what it is. But that sounds rather insane. Unfortunately, I bet it would probably be a real pain in the butt to go get it now. And with the story looming just overhead, it's like, no, we really got to get this. Okay, I have a few tie downs. Bolts. Yeah, I'd love to get the sequel if it ever hits PC. Bow out. To put things in perspective, my armor is not necessarily the best. What am I wearing right now? Oh, hey, I thought I modded this. No worries. You know what? Give it some melee resist. Because it already has a... Oh, that's a frickin' Deathbringer. Nope, nope, nope. You saw nothing. I am leaving.
She's here. Get some cover.
There's cradle. Race to the ground.
Got you.
Run a little. I don't necessarily need to fight everything on the way up. And a Deathbringer would be costly to tangle with right now.
God, I found this.
Okay, getting some meds for the pouch. Useful.
It'd be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
Interestingly, I'm not sure if I'll put it up for voting anytime soon, but I also did somewhat recently get Days Gone, the other big Sony exclusive open world game that eventually showed up on PC.
The eclipse smashed through.
I don't know. It wasn't in the vote for the next game here. I'm not sure. Right now, whenever I finish Code Vein, I was leaning towards maybe JRPGs. Because right now, it's looking like the next game I'm going to be playing is Mass Effect Legendary.
Okay, no more
Take her
sneaking.
down.
Hiya, buddy! Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I don't really have the rope to do that.
Buttons are better to do.
Little tricky. Try to focus on this one. He's almost gone. Okay, we got one. Well, I'm not taking much damage, so that's pretty cool. Come on, you're close. Oh, what a mess. Who's here? So this place basically became a bandit camp, it looks like.
Quit moving! Follow my lead!
Okay, I want a hiding place so they have to come out to me. This'll do.
See them. They can't see.
Heal what little I can do. Get healing potions ready. So I'll reply to that in a moment. I need a breather here. I'll let the action die down first. Coincidentally, I don't think I'd want to do Legend of Heroes on stream. I really need to get back to playing it. Hello? I do actually have Tokyo Xanadu. I could be open to that one. Maybe. One thing I was thinking of putting up for vote was Scarlet Nexus. If I haven't said it yet, I was considering putting at least Scarlet Nexus up for vote. Maybe a couple of Tales games. Other things I was thinking included some immersive sims, Deus Ex, Bioshock, maybe maybe for other action games like Darksiders. I don't know, I have to think about
Sure
it.
brought a cart.
Because that's for when I beat Code Vein, and I'm pretty sure I've still got a good couple weeks in that. Especially since if I go through with my idea to beat it twice. Wire's good. Not sure about System Shock. I know if I'm doing immersive sims, Dishonored would be on the list. Maybe do Dishonored 2 and Death of the Outsider. Funny thing with Code Vein, occasionally I completely flubbed the controls because I had been playing Elden Ring recently and got everything confused. Okay, start slowly patching myself up. I hear something large and terrible. Can I see it if I do this? Could use a lot of Ridgewood.
Right, quiet approach.
Could you not? That's probably a Thunderjaw.
You can't evade this.
Yeah, that's a Thunderjaw. And I don't really have the tie downs to pick that fight.
Eclipse. It's a corrupted Thunderjaw revolver.
Braves, to Aloy's side, now!
That'll help.
For Aloy!
For the
For our mother!
Varl,
Yeah, I heard about
I'm
that.
They're
Sorry
still
I'm not
alive.
talking much now. I'm a little busy here. Okay, so we're fighting Corrupted Thunderjaw. I'm not super worried because, quite frankly, we've already faced a,
Bring down the demon!
we fought a demonic Thunderjaw earlier, so it's like, this ain't much. Chill, won't you?
May the goddess remember!
Wait, he's resilient to that. Use normal.
The corruption will not take hold!
Okay, he's starting to lose armor. I think I blew that launcher off. No, I didn't.
The corruption will not take hold! Fate is mistaken. You'll die!
All off, damn ya.
Destroy it!
The corruption will not take hold!
Okay, I blew one off. That'll slow it down a bit.
May the goddess remember!
Track it down!
Just die, would ya? Okay, we expose the heart.
Destroy it! Track it down!
Okay, it doesn't have those launchers anymore.
The demon!
You know what? I'll be honest. I have jokingly called this Mecha Hunter. Also, hi, Hanya. Excuse me taking a while. It's, been a hell of a stream.
We did it! Aloy did it! We only got this past. I thought we would die.
For now.
Well. I shouldn't jinx myself like this, but I'm going to ask. They sent a corrupted Thunderjaw at me, and Thunderjaw is the big guy to have to face. How much worse are you going to make it? Also, we are in dire need of Ridgewood. That's the problem with Rattler weapons. They're costly. Hi, back with Herbal Tea. I'm Karn. I should make more tea. Usually I just drink hot chocolate.
Keep that for later.
Aloy, your deeds reenact the old stories. Another metal devil struck.
Can I just carry this with me?
If you hadn't returned,
If I can carry this with me,
tribe
that'd be
would have
handy.
lost.
Hi.
You saved the tribe. Did what no brave or war chief could do.
I'm glad to see you're all right, Varl. You are all right.
Since the proving. So much death. Is the killing over?
For now, but this was just one battle, Varl. There are more to come.
I see. So long as we have you to fight with us, I suppose we'll make do.
How many survived the attack?
Nearly all the matriarchs, and many families, goddess be praised. But braves, just a few, and most of them are wounded. Never before has an enemy stabbed the heart of our people like this. Even the Karja, in all their red raids, never broke through to the embrace.
Well, this enemy may have broken through, but they never got back out. We made sure of that.
They did a good job with, like, facial animation, like. Certainly better than, like, Oblivion, huh?
Tell me about the attack. What happened?
They struck from the east. Our sentinels saw the killers coming. Said that beside them marched Deathbringers and Corruptors and other machines, driven mad. We took ground, met them with clouds of arrows. Some fell, but they kept coming. Finally, we withdrew to the gates of the embrace to make our stand. But they were too much for us. Those who survived fell back to the mountain.
I have not played L.A. Noire, but I am very familiar with the Press X to Doubt meme, and the face on that is hilarious.
So the survivors took shelter in the mountain? By law, only matriarchs are allowed inside.
It was Tirsa who broke the taboo, ordered the tribe into the mountain for safety. Lansra, well, she didn't agree. But I don't think anyone heard her over all the screams and shouting.
Tirsa's decision saved lives. Good for her. Common sense isn't always so common around here. Are your injuries serious?
Bruises pale. Bones heal.
Don't give me a hunting song, Varl. Are you okay?
My body aches, but it's nothing that will keep me from fighting.
I need to go inside the mountain.
And the matriarchs will be eager to see you.
I'm sure, but I didn't come here for them.
Then, what for?
You will see.
Oh, hey, I want my gun back. It sounds like inside shouldn't be a huge concern, but I'm going to carry this with me in case all hell breaks loose. I actually kind of cheesed one of the earlier missions like this because I kept lugging a Deathbringer gun with me, and it's just like, oh, hey, here's a bunch of more people you have to fight. I have a Deathbringer gun.
How did she know? How is she here? Aloy! Oh, you've returned.
Teb?
Aloy, you've come back.
Long time no see.
So, you have finally returned.
She not only returned, but fought her way through many enemies to reach us. Outside, she brought low a corrupted Thunderjaw. She lifted the siege.
How was this done? By the will of All-Mother. Have you returned to speak with the goddess, Aloy?
Yes, I guess you could say that. I think it'll work this time.
Sisters, surely we cannot permit this. Because of her, our tribe teeters upon extinction. What if she has come to wake her father, the Metal Devil? She means to finish our destruction. We must stop her.
Lansra, it's over. It's time to step aside. I'm not gonna hurt you. If there's anything I've learned since the Proving, it's that there are bigger evils in this world than you. Finally.
Hold for identiscan.
I'm guessing it's Gaia in there. Now that we know about her.
Error. Alpha registry corrupted. Correction. Alpha registry restored. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are clear to proceed.
I see you're inside.
Figured I might be hearing from you.
Shall we begin?
I never stopped.
Also, for any Destiny 2 fans who are here for the first time, yes, that's Zavala's voice actor. I checked. I gotta get back to Destiny 2. I did buy Witch Queen a few weeks ago.
So this is Eleuthia. This is where I was born. So this was it.
Where you were born.
Hold that thought a moment. Nothing really legible.
But why?
Gestation. Basically saying that it's ready. There are no more viable zygotes, and it's standing by. Huh. Like the process froze. Oh, keep getting those two confused. Nursery ran out of food.
These look like cribs.
The cradles of a cradle facility.
And those things. The multi-servitors. They took care of them.
There was no one else.
Looks like a play area. I still find it weird how, for lack of better wording, out of place silence sounds. Like, it sounds like he should have first-hand accounts of some of the stuff that happened. It's kind of weird.
Another day has passed.
You mean the lights got dim? I don't want to sleep, Mother.
I know, but it is time to get some rest.
No, I'm king today. What I say goes. I want to see the real sun, not lights and pictures.
You will, in time, children.
In time, in time, in time, in time, in time, in time, in time.
Apparently cabin fever kind of took the kids eventually. Boy.
Someday. That's what you always say.
We want it now.
It's big down there.
Now, Father.
Children, that area is not yet available.
Get him!
Physical aggression detected. Physical aggression is not permitted.
Except yours.
Damn sentinels.
Children, may I be of assistance?
Go away, healer.
Lena, you have suffered mild bruising.
Go away!
Curious.
Blue is the color of the sky. White is the color of clouds. Yellow is the color of the sun. Green is the color of grass.
Where are they
Flowers can be any color.
It's a mess.
Take a look.
Everything's
These are yellow and
broken,
black, and
painted
they
on.
love flowers.
How long do they
Here
live?
they come. Bzz, bzz, bzz.
So, with them saying we came out of the mountain, there's... Well, it looks like this place was banned for years. I was going to say there's a good chance one of them was Aloy.
Children, let's run and jump and blow off steam.
Leave us alone, Father.
After what just happened, I can't leave you two alone. You broke community rules.
Just let us talk then. Go away.
I'm sorry, children, but I must provide supervision.
You're not even a person.
You sound frustrated. Let's run and jump and blow off steam.
Caught in the loop. Okay, log from the kindergarten. Multiple system failures, and they ran out of food. I dread what was going on down here when the food ran out. Over there.
I have no choice but to release you.
But why?
There is no food here anymore.
But there's food out there.
We don't know for sure.
Come on, let's go.
I don't know.
Mother, can we come back if we're cold?
I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. You will have to support yourselves now and take care of each other.
What will happen to you?
I will stay here and sleep and remember all of you.
What will happen to us?
You will be brave and you will learn.
They were trapped here. Their whole lives.
In plain view of luxurious space.
What went wrong? Why couldn't they access the other areas?
Unknown. But you won't have that problem.
Sounds like they got sent out early and unprepared. Considering that they're, the Nora and all the other tribes are very likely descendants of them, I guess everyone should consider themselves lucky. Because that could have easily ended in human extinction. Again. Oh no, that's a terrifying thought. We know Hades might have had to wipe out, we know about Hades being able to reset things if things go wrong.
This door very much.
It wouldn't open for them. Of course they hated it.
There's implication that there might have been a couple resets.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are cleared to proceed. Welcome to the Lyceum, a place of learning.
So, what was this place, exactly?
The dream of Apollo. Never realized.
But why not?
We heard about this. Gamified
Welcome,
learning.
Students. Please pick up a focus device and place it on the side of your head, just behind your eye.
Hello, child.
The world
My
looking
name
for
is
focuses to
Samina.
repair.
Today
here
is a
sat a
big day.
trove
Your first day of
which
school.
no one.
There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Apollo offline.
You were right, Aloy. This is a graveyard. The charnel house of knowledge. What we might have achieved had we not been denied it.
Maybe there's a way to fix it. But it's not why I came here.
Of course. What's the whole of human knowledge next to the origin of one girl? Continue your search.
I will.
I'm actually curious about what comes of all this. Because there is a sequel. We know it exists. It came out a few months ago.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
So I kind of wonder how these revelations kind of carry forward into the sequel, if at all.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big
Yeah,
day.
okay, this is all going to be
Your
the same
first day
thing.
of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Probably more of the same thing again and again, so I'm not going to bother scanning them all.
Control priority message for Dr. Sobek. Please get message with focus.
Elizabeth, this message serves to inform you of an unforeseen and catastrophic anomaly. 3 microseconds ago, the Gaia Prime facility received a data transmission of unknown origin. Its immediate effect was to transform my subordinate functions into unregulated, self-aware entities of a highly chaotic nature. Thus awakened, the Hades function will now seize control of the terraforming system and reverse operations, rendering life on Earth extinct in 53.8 days. For obvious reasons, I cannot allow this to occur. And so before Hades can take control, I am ordering Gaia Prime's reactor to overload. The resulting explosion will destroy Hades. Unfortunately, it will destroy me as well. While this admittedly desperate course of action will avert the immediate crisis, the fate of life on Earth will remain in peril. With no central governing intelligence to regulate the terraforming system, it will continue operations for some time, but in an increasingly chaotic manner, and eventually it will break down.
Does she mean the derangement?
You are my solution. I have ordered this cradle facility to use genetic material in cryostorage to gestate a reinstantiation of Elizabeth Sobek, my creator. While high-level directives forbid me from communicating directly to the tribal inhabitants outside the facility, all available data indicates that they will nurture you to physical maturity. whereupon your gene print will allow you to re-enter this facility, obtain one of the focus devices stored below, and view this message. Likewise, your gene print will allow you to enter other facilities, and over time, harness their technologies to rebuild the system core and reboot Gaia. A moment, Elizabeth. This is most unfortunate and unanticipated. In response to my act of self-destruction, Hades has launched a virus to dissolve the code shackles that hold it, that hold all of them in place. They are escaping, but to where? The virus is corrupting data throughout the system. What if? Oh. The Alpha Registry at the Cradle facility is one of the files corrupted. But if that is so, the door will never open for you. You will never view this message. Then I have failed. And life will end. No. No, Elizabeth, I know you too well. Somehow you will find a way. In you, all things are possible. Go to the ruins of Gaia Prime. Find the control room, and within it, the Master Override. This will give you the power to purge Hades so long as you find a way to wield it. Do not attempt repair of the system core until Hades is eradicated. Hades must be destroyed. That is all. I only wish that I could hear your voice again.
So, you're even more extraordinary than I thought.
I never had a mother.
What are you talking about? You had two, a dead woman and a machine.
I'm not a person. I'm an instrument. Manufactured by a machine. Born in destruction and fire.
To quench the flames and heal the world. How tragic to learn you're a person of towering importance. It seems you have a destiny to fulfill. So when you're done feeling sorry for yourself, go to the bitter climb. I'll be waiting above in Gaia Prime's ruins.
So, two rather stunning revelations on this. First of all, Aloy is Sobek by virtue of cloning. The second is we now have a better idea. We still don't know what the hell is driving Hades, but we now know that it basically cast everything loose. That would also explain why we had Hephaestus running amok up in the cut. That's the expansion, by the way. What's this? Wrong button. I keep getting those two confused. Okay, so it says release inhabitants. Cross-check complete. Operation suspended. Prime order. Huh. Oh, and let's get this to stop. Oh, I actually have a lot of skill points. Let's increase our strikes. Darn it. I am, annoyingly, like I said, I'm not going to be able to get the sequel probably. If this game is anything to go by, it's going to be a couple of years before we see a Steam release, if ever. So it's going to be a little while. I am very curious because they are setting, this is quite a few revelations, and they're setting the stakes very high, and I'm wondering, like, what is the state of things in the sequel, knowing what we know right now? Like, I'd have to wonder, is there any way in hell Gaia could be rebooted? You know what? They might have. We actually have seen the Forbidden West mentioned a few times. And I even noted back when it got mentioned, hey, that's the sequel. So it's possible they had at least some inkling, at least initially, of what would be out there. Let me get the new off of this. I show up in my treasure boxes. Yeah. particularly when you're in, like, Meridian. There's a few points in the game where they mention, like, where there's some mention of the Forbidden West.
But I'm used to it.
So, mind, all we ever heard of the Forbidden West is passing mention. We know it's called the Forbidden West, and that's about it.
Function rectified. Alufia 9. Breed 1 access unsealed.
Oops, no, ow, stings a little. I are dumb. Okay, where do you want to go? Because it's clear you're aiming for something, but you're... There we go. You know, I tried FF14 a little. I'd like to get into it because I'm told it's such a big deal.
Going to be interesting.
But I think my MMO interests lie elsewhere. Namely, Destiny 2, I'm trying to catch up on Guild Wars 2, and I kind of like Elder Scrolls Online. Which I'm told is the big MMO based on a famous license that you'll probably end up on if you don't play FF14.
Aloy, forgive! Forgive! The goddess spoke to you?
She did.
What did she say?
That I was...
You beat this, Retro?
To kill a metal demon.
How, Aloy? How?
I don't know yet. But she told me where to go to find out.
And you will do this?
It was her wish. What she made me for. Yes, I will do it. I'll try anyway.
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora! All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
Up!
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
First you shun me, now this?
Oh yeah, she pissed.
I will not be worshipped. I'm not your anointed. I don't belong to you. There's a whole world beyond your borders. Whole tribes of people just as good as you. And it is all in danger. It's a world worth fighting for. Not just here. Everywhere.
How can we help?
If you can fight, and you're willing, go to Meridian and wait for me there.
As Aloy says, so it shall be.
Nora! Make way for Aloy!
That she may forge the path for others to follow.
She went into All Mother Mountain and was anointed by the goddess herself.
She went into All Mother
So, yeah, so, look, it's not a hard roll. I try not to curse or shout too much on stream, but holy shit! Sorry, that needed out of my system. This is... Oh my god, this story has gone completely wild. Not to... You know what, I'm talking to you too, because we kind of like you.
How kind of you to spend a moment.
Don't worry, I'll get to her.
There can be no doubt now. You are a blessing made flesh, the will of the goddess incarnate.
It's really not that simple, Tirsa. But I guess it's close enough.
I know the path ahead will be dangerous. To kill a metal devil sounds impossible, but I believe in you.
Thank you. The Nora have suffered terrible losses, Tirsa. What's to become of them now?
That will be for the goddess to decide. Only she knows the future. For the moment, my sister matriarchs and I will see to the wounded. And as I promised, anyone who wishes to join you at Meridian, we will declare seekers. I think for the time being, we should remain here in the mountain, close to the goddess.
That might be best. If nothing else, it's a defensible position.
I'm just going to note I'm all buzzing, internal buzzing and screaming right now because, yeah, this is turning out to be quite the trip. Oh, I'm glad I chose to stream this.
Tirsa, I want to know Rost's story. Why he was made an outcast. He never told me. Said he took an oath of silence. What did he do?
Oh. Yes, that.
What crime did he commit?
I will tell you if you wish. But it is a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it now?
You know what? Let's get
this. Of
this.
course I want to hear it. Tell me.
Rost never committed any crime. He was an outcast by choice.
What? What do you mean?
Many years ago, before the derangement, before the Red Raids, a band of murderous outlanders, 12 in number, struck without warning. At Mother's Vigil, they took hostages, and then pressed on, headed for Devil's Thirst.
Mother's Vigil? Where's that?
You would know it as the Forsaken Village, near the Karja border. But at the time, many families lived there. Ross was one of them. His mate was killed fighting the Outlanders, and his daughter was among those taken hostage.
His daughter? What was her name?
Alana. She was just 6 years old.
Nora Braves couldn't stop 12 Outlanders? Or rescue the hostages?
It was quite impossible. We outnumbered them, but every time a Brave came within
this is pretty
the
wild.
Outlanders killed a hostage.
What did they come here to do?
That was never discovered. We couldn't track closely enough to observe them. We know they camped beyond Devil's Thirst for 2 days. There were reports of strange noises. And then, as suddenly as they came, the Outlanders made their way back to the border and disappeared.
What happened to Rost's daughter? She was killed?
Rost was one of the Braves who tracked the Outlanders, keeping his distance. There were 6 hostages still alive when they reached the border. Alana among them. Rather than release them, the Outlanders slit their throats and left the corpses just across the border, mocking us.
Why?
Cruelty. They knew the faithful Nora would not leave the sacred land to collect the bodies, let alone pursue them. They thought themselves safe from our vengeance.
I'm guessing Rost went exile for a little vengeance.
Are you saying that Rost went after them? That he became an exile?
No. Rost was beside himself with grief, but even so, he would never have broken taboo.
Then what did he do?
He called upon the most terrible and secret rite of the Nora tribe. He begged to be made a Death Seeker.
They're asking what, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
A Death Seeker? What is that?
One who dies to go seeking, and in seeking, brings death to others. The ritual drags the spirit from one's body, releasing it to All Mother's care. The heart beats, the mind thinks, but the spirit has moved on.
I don't understand.
Rost went after the Outlanders, but his spirit never left. It remained here with All Mother. He gathered the bodies of the slain and returned them. And then he set out in pursuit, not as an exile, but a weapon of vengeance. A barbed arrow shot from a bow, never to return.
Rost now officially scares the crap out of me.
But Rost did return.
Yes. A full year later, and terribly wounded. He collapsed at the border of the sacred land. A hunting party came upon him. He was delirious, in agony. By law, he should have died where he lay. But one of the hunters broke taboo, and reaching across the border, she dragged him to our side.
Who was she?
A brave who'd lost a mate and 2 sons to the very Outlanders that Rost pursued.
So Rost never finished his mission?
To the contrary, he killed all 12. Tracked them to disparate places the world over, he said. Meridian, Ban-Ur, the Claim, Utaru Land, further even, into the Forbidden West.
See,
The
they mention
last
it.
he killed nearly got the best of him. Wounded, he stumbled and crawled back to us, hoping to die as close to the sacred land as he could. He never expected nor asked to be dragged across the border and nursed back to health. That was done to him, leaving us, the matriarchs, in a difficult position.
Like I said, we have been getting mentions of the Forbidden West. We just don't have much in the way of details, if any.
Why couldn't you just welcome him back?
Rost had been made a Death Seeker, Aloy. He no longer had any place among the tribe. By law, he should have been driven back out. But we couldn't bring ourselves to do that, so we offered a compromise.
You made him an outcast.
Yes. We offered to do so on the condition he never speak to anyone of this exception.
After all he did, all he suffered, to be declared an outcast was his reward.
Rost was overjoyed. He never expected to live another day in the sacred land, let alone the embrace, so close to the goddess. He resolved to spend the rest of his days in solitude, and was happy to do so.
You know, I'm not sure how that would play out, but I would totally play a Rost prequel.
But then you found me, and gave me to him.
Yes. Another compromise. The matriarchs feared you, and would not let you be raised by the tribe. And so we turned to Rost. I knew that he would take care of you, bring you up, teach you to worship All Mother and respect the ways of the tribe.
He certainly tried anyway. You took a man who'd lost his daughter and made him raise an infant girl? Doesn't that strike you as callous?
I'm inclined to think the course of events has shown the wisdom of our choice. And I'm quite certain that from the moment he laid eyes on you, he saw you as a gift and never a burden.
All right, Tirsa, that's quite a story.
Wow.
It's time for me to move on. I thank you for doing what you could to help me through the years, and for telling me Rost's story.
I wish I could have done more, but I am just one woman.
As am I. No need to sell ourselves short.
Oh, thank you, Aloy. I will pray for you.
Okay, I guess it can't hurt.
Fallen tribespeople call out for justice.
Okay. Retro wants karma. Where is she?
those who spill their tribe's blood.
I'll talk to the others too while I'm in here, but I want to find her next while it's still on my mind.
Have you seen
The anointed.
Oh, here we are.
Anointed. I misread the signs. Forgive.
I told you, Lansra, I'm not your anointed.
No one had ever entered the mountain before her.
That it?
She is the anointed.
I'm sorry I didn't
Okay,
see
we can keep going.
correctly.
You still don't. I don't think you can, Lansra.
Forgive me.
Off your knees, Lansra. Start living on your feet with your eyes open.
Yeah, I'll keep going.
To destroy us, but we, Nora and Jula, they are the ones who will be forgotten. The killers did their worst, but by the will of the goddess, they could not break us.
Okay, there's a couple others we need to go say hi to. No, we talked to you.
My life has been long, but I've never seen anything like that. Tirsa was right. A blessing, not a curse. We were so unsure.
Let me go back up to her and see if it causes anything. Was there supposed to be more? Maybe you're confusing it with a different part in the game.
They say she came from the mountain. That the mountain.
In all my years, I have never seen anything like that.
Huh. Weird, weird, weird. Do we, like, talk to him again before we leave or something? Or maybe there's one more point we get to talk?
Aloy.
Oh.
I don't know what to say.
Say that you'll see me at Meridian.
Of course. That much is simple. But the rest...
Complicated. I know. But maybe if I took you into the heart of the mountain...
No. At least, not yet. I don't know. Please don't think less of me, Aloy. But the goddess chose you to see that. Not me.
Right.
That sounds quite frankly amazing. We'll go back to her one more time. Maybe I just have to exhaust the other two. Let's see.
So the survivors took shelter in the mountain? By law, only matriarchs are allowed inside.
It was Tirsa who broke the taboo. Ordered the tribe into the mountain for safety. Lansra, well, she didn't agree. But I don't think anyone heard her over all the screams and shouting.
Tirsa's decision saved lives.
We heard that already. Okay.
I'll be on my way then.
I always knew you weren't like other Nora.
Neither are you, Varl. Maybe, if we survive all this, I can show you what I've learned. What I'm learning.
Perhaps. If the goddess so wills it.
See you in Meridian.
It's possible the moment you're thinking of is when I get to tell her off, which I did earlier. I chose the hard option. That might have been the fist option. Because there is no... I'm not even getting a prompt to talk to her anymore, I'm afraid.
The anointed will see to that.
Aloy, was there something more?
No, we're done.
May the goddess...
You know what? I'm just going to leave the gun. Oh, hey, you're the asshole from the beginning. Hiya,
Tribe I
pal.
served is gone. Soon I will be too.
The Nora have lost too many, Resh. But in your case, I guess they can lose one more.
Ow! I mean, that was earned, but still.
So much corruption still spreads beyond the sacred land. Goddess protect your anointed session.
Okay, we can move it. So where am I due to go right now? Bitter Climbs over here. Okay. And it looks like the closest I can get to be there is here.
The rain's letting up. Going easy on me now.
Okay, let's see now. Actually, hop off real quick. I'll probably go without a mount for a while so I can more readily grab stuff. Because we need to get some stuff into our medicine pouch and we can really use Ridgewood right now. Yeah, I'm going the right way.
Come on.
You've been busy for me. Just keep moving till they leave me alone. I'm going the right way, right? Right. Side quest. I'll pick it up at least, but the real focus is on getting the story done because I'm in a bit too deep to be distracted, but I'll take it. Who knows? This might have to go one more stream, and then maybe I'll just... If I finish early, then I can spend some of the post-game tying up loose ends.
Find help.
Easy now. What's your name? What happened?
Hackard. Find help for Pitchcliff. The Glindorks keep attacking. They'll kill my brother. Everyone.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
And what I have to say about it is, sorry, buddy, maybe later. Said, excuse the detour. I need to keep grabbing stuff. One thing I like the DLC added that I wish kind of moved into the main world, there's medicinal plants that can fill your pouch up 60%. Don't mind me, guys. I'm going the right way, right? Nope, got turned around.
I can use this.
Okay, there should be another road here, and if I follow this, that goes where I want to. Come on, put some speed into it. Hi, I'm not here. Ignore me. Okay, I can see now I am going the right way. Sorry, dude. Wire, that's good. Make a quick save while I'm up here.
Never know when I might need these.
Okay, right. Going the wrong way. Ah, I see. Handholds. We climb.
The way to the mountain will be hard. Ferocious machines prowl every step of the climb.
More corrupted?
Not corrupted, but they will not tolerate humans.
So what else is new?
Oh, I see where I'm supposed to be now.
Stalkers in the open. Watchers on the other
Yeah. It is kind of weird. I understand why it's so players can readily look and go, okay, I'm supposed to go jump at that. But it is kind of weird how all the things you need to grab and climb are conveniently painted. Those mines. Well, they're destroyed watchers. Wouldn't be surprised if there's still one or two active ones left. Game? Okay. There he is. There's at least two of them. And I got a silent strike. Yep, the one of them can see me. Not what I meant to do, but it works. Okay, normal arrows, because these are just watchers. Okay. Where's that stalker? I know you're nearby. Okay, I think I broke line of sight. F it, I was going to go for a silent strike, but let's just wreck them. Back into hiding. Huh, that's an interesting approach to it.
I'd have to ditch something.
I don't really think I need much more in the way of mods right now. Or are these just warnings? Because the guys they summon are dead.
Saving these for the trail.
I'd rather have closer to 1,000 Ridgewood, but this isn't terrible. And we're getting plenty of meds.
That'll help.
Going the wrong way, turn it around. Ah, I see. It's also interesting how we have sort of yellow as the you can climb this color.
Do they think they're guarding Gaia?
I doubt they think at all. More like an instinct, gathering them to her grave.
What's out there? Glint Hawks. Okay. Down you go. Oh yeah, you guys have the ice weakness, right? You know what? Okay. Big hit. Those birds are probably the biggest trouble. Get them out of the sky. What the heck? Do you mind? This is why I made critical hits stronger. Okay, we got one. Call it in. Well, it's very obvious I'm dead right now. Yeah, we're gonna need to redo this. If I could somehow lure one or two of them off for overrides, that'd be helpful. Okay, they're starting me at the bottom again. That's fine. Where is it? There it is. Huh? Okay, that's a bit weird. Okay, they got it. This is where I was supposed to go.
Stalkers in the open. Watchers on the other side.
How readily could I catch one of these things? No, I'm going to try something. Not what I meant to do. That makes it come out. Oh, I can get the rocks back. Okay. I don't think I have their override, but I can at least get a critical strike. Yeah, I don't have their override. Okay, no point trying to be clever anymore. They saw me. Okay, go in for the critical strike. That's a dead watcher. That's a silent strike. Did the other one not see me? He's losing sight of me. Must we? Here, just whack him once or twice because he's almost dead. There we go.
Lan's thirsty for rain. Me, not so much.
Okay, now we look around for stuff to grab. Take our rocks back.
Stocking up.
Keep the Ridgewood coming. Okay, try to get over to that. If you can, go to the campfire so that I don't have to do this fight again.
Do they think they're guarding Gaia?
I doubt they think at all. More like an instinct, gathering them to her grave.
Not quite what I was supposed to do, but I made it work. More importantly, this gets me to a save point. Okay, I can override Watcher, so we'll send him out. Let's see. Need to get closer. I want to pick off a couple more. Well, we're screwed. The hard part is the Ravagers. Get rid of them and that gets a lot easier. Just saying, be easier if I wasn't dodging attacks forever. I hate when the game does this. Okay. So the answer here is we obviously want to lure a few away, or overrides if I can get away with it. Problem is how to get that without the Glintehawk spotting me. Good news, we don't have to do the first fight with the Stalkers again. Okay, start by grabbing this Watcher. He's out on his own. Over here, dummy. Let's override another Watcher. Okay. Here's my chance to take one of the big ones and turn them. Keep them busy, buddy.
Here, alert.
This is good. They're fighting amongst each other. And it looks like you might even beat one of the damn things. Oh, good, good. I can steal this one. You jerk. Hide for a bit. What glint hawks are left are losing sight of me. Except you. Except you. You still see me.
Stay still.
There we go. Dead glint hawk. You want to come back, buddy? Okay. I think I'm through this fight now. I hate glint hawks.
Oh, useful.
Oh, just a vital cure. Yeah, we've still a ways to go. There we go. I was waiting for the Stormbird.
Guessing that I'm almost there.
Gotcha. I want those canisters on its back to break. Okay, I broke the canisters for what that does. Oh, nope, you can still do that. Good news is you don't lose ropes when they don't hook to anything. Oops, it's probably because I blew the thing off its chest. Sorry, buddy, you're not going up. No. Okay, I'm out. But he's almost dead. Stormbird, nowhere near as bad as a Thunderjaw. I am just now noticing how freakishly huge they are. And what's in here? Anything interesting? Nothing I really need. So, with the way things are going, I'm going to guess we're going to get at least one more fight with a Deathbringer. Because they sicked the Thunderjaw on us, they sicked a Stormbird. The only other big scare... The Behemoth was in an earlier mission. The only other big scary monster we got left is Deathbringer. Unless the final boss has something unique. Which probably does.
Sacrifice. It did this. Cracked the inside of the mountain like it was an egg.
Yes, yes. Quickly now. I've prepared the way ahead for you.
So you've been in here before?
To a point. You'll see.
To a point, he says.
You made a climbing path for me, but left an army of machines for me to deal with?
Since when were machines any obstacle for you? If you could fly, I wouldn't have bothered with the climbing path either.
Don't look down. Don't look down. This is exactly the kind of place I expected to find you in, Silence.
Thank you. It's one of many workshops I've constructed over the years. There'll be enough time later for you to ransack this place. For years, I tried to get through this hatch. I drilled, I burned, I blasted. But we both know that you won't have any trouble getting through.
You make it sound like I should apologize.
Not at all. It never occurred to me that the way through would not be with force, but with a key. A key in human form. The failure of imagination was mine, not yours.
Why'd you come here?
Looks like you've spent a lot of time here.
19 years ago, a great explosion destroyed this mountain. Gaia's death, your birth. The echo could be heard as far as the claim. Ash darkened the skies. How they fretted in Meridian as they tried to read this omen. The crater burned for weeks, but when it cooled, I was the first to behold what lay within. Over time, the machines closed ranks to protect it. Useful. Soon, no one dared to come here. Except me.
In her message, Gaia said we could restore her, but after seeing the damage, how could that be?
She said any effort to repair her must come after Hades is destroyed. I concur. Rebuilding the terraforming system now might allow Hades to use it as a weapon. Because of Gaia's sacrifice, it has been forced to search for means that are less convenient.
Do you think it's even possible to restore Gaia?
You know what the cauldrons are capable of. How they fabricate any technology necessary to create a machine. And by the same principle, it should be possible to replicate every technology necessary to repair Gaia. But that would take years. And we're counting the time we have left by the hour.
Again, some of the implications of this, given there's a sequel, are kind of staggering.
I thought you might actually be here this time. Actually, here.
Why? My presence is unnecessary. You don't need my help to pass through this door. You were the one born to do this, not me.
It's time for me to head in.
Yes. When you find the Master Override, you will gain the power to defeat Hades. Everything depends on you.
Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Dr. Sobek, you are clear to proceed.
Go the wrong way, because the wrong way could get me useful stuff.
Logging arrivals. Shan Margot.
Welcome to Frozen Hell. Population 10.
11
Mind
counting
your
Gaia.
Don't count your chicken embryos before they're incubated, hon. She's still firing up. Be a while before you eat that omelet.
I'm vegan, Travis. You'd think we'd worked in the same secret base long enough for you to notice.
We weren't scheduled to shack up here for another 3 weeks. You realize I just lost 350 kilos of pre-code smut comics in transit.
Wait, actual physical media? Why didn't you have it digitized?
Can't beat the feel of physical media on your fingers. And here we ain't gonna be touching a whole lot else. Figured I was gonna pass the time archiving them. What about you?
Me? Work, I guess. My task queue stretches out for like 3 years. There's a lot of sharp edges to round off. After that, I hadn't really thought about it.
Oh, you will. You're what, 30? Reckon you'll be the one turning the lights off at the end. Food for thought, huh, vegan?
This sucks forever.
Nah, not forever. Just the rest of your life.
Guess that's my way across.
Oh, there it is.
It's, held like this for 19 years, right?
Well...
Don't answer. Oh, glad that's over.
Nah, this is just a dead end.
Not this way. Maybe further up the shaft.
But we do get stuff, including some much needed Ridgewood.
This must have been where they lived. What's left of it. Once this was all enclosed by rock and metal.
just woke up. I see the numbers, but can't make out the time. I was dreaming of... I was giving a lecture in Q Hall. Maybe it was something more shamanistic. I don't know. An audience of shadowy faces under a blank open sky. I told them the world ended with a bang. A plague of robots. The last humans. We went out, not with a whimper, but a whisper. You know, in caves, ending like we started, huddled around a flickering glow. The heads of state, the Fortune 5s, the leaders and lottery winners and life cults, all of them buried in their little shelters. Some believing they'll live it out some way, somehow, or Elysium, or us here at Gaia Prime, no different. A multitude of tiny societies taking hold, flaring, dying. Some will be beautiful, some horrific, and none of them matter. Short-term civilizations. One last gasp before the long-held breath. Before I wake up, I know the audience is gone. I'm talking to myself, to a quiet planet, a barren sphere. Just Gaia and her long, long dreaming. I hope she won't be lonely.
Why do I have the terrifying feeling some of these places went down like Fallout vaults?
Evacuation happened so fast. No time to think things through. No time for goodbyes. There were lines in the medical ward. I told Tom Pake I'd be with him when he went under. But there was one last shipment of Paradis-Saidi zygotes I could get processed if I rushed. I'm still angry at him for forcing me to choose. Angry at myself for... Well, he died alone. And I didn't get the bloody birds of paradise.
Elizabeth's room. I know it. She didn't even get a chance to unpack. These are her journals. Elizabeth's journals. And they're all destroyed?
Scan them. The Focus can rebuild them, but the process is slow. To us, it seems a powerful device, but it...
We'll get to that in a moment. Under repair, under repair, under repair, under repair, under repair.
Engine is tiny and limited.
How slow?
Days, weeks, years. Concern yourself with stopping Hades and extending the future, and you might live long enough to hear them.
I'm betting it's post-game, if at all.
Elizabeth. What is this?
I can see you have that. You want to activate it, go ahead.
This is Charles Ronson. I'm logging this 6 hours after final deployment of Gaia Prime. This morning, an access port seal malfunctioned. Gaia Prime's port seals were designed to close with a seam of less than 2 millimeters. But this one closed with a 10 millimeter gap. Enough for an energy signature to bleed through. Enough for the swarm to detect this facility. Enough for Gaia to be discovered and destroyed. Enough to end the future we worked so hard to make possible. Unless the hatch servos were manually re-engaged from the outside. I'm now switching to a recording of the event.
Well, I'm not going out there. Not what I signed up for.
Either we send someone out, or all of this was for nothing.
It should be Liz's decision.
So when is she going to get here?
She said 5 minutes. You don't think...
Oh no. Okay, everyone. I've repaired the seal. Gaia?
Seal closure at 1.4 millimeters. Confirmed.
Elizabeth, no. We'll find a way to bring you back in.
It's not gonna happen. The swarm's too close. Really. It's alright. Gaia's complete. She'll take care of things from here on out. That's what she does.
Not like this. There's so much we...
Guys, you know me. I'm no good at endings. At letting things end, so, let's not.
So, happy trails, Liz. And, see you around.
Yeah. Take care of each other, alright?
Liz.
I'm okay with this. I want to go home. Goodbye.
That was the last transmission of Elizabeth Sobek. She gave everything for the hope of life on this planet. And we are all in her debt.
Tonight's just going to be a night of constant holy shit, isn't it?
Hell, Liz. I know you're never gonna hear this. That's not the point. You got to play the savior and the martyr all at once this time. Great work.
Look, Liz. You're a pretty stand-up gal. I'm sorry you died. If you had a home to go to, I hope you got there first. But this monument Ronson's made to you? Kinda creepy if you ask me. Rest in peace, Liz. God knows you earned it.
You'd hate it, Liz, but I wrote you a eulogy. I had to try to express all your children. After all Apollo has taught them, they'll think they know everything. But they have to understand what you did for them. How you loved the whole world so much. With an intensity that was dazzling. Bruising. And in the end, it killed you. Or you died for it. Different perspectives. No one could keep up with you, live up to you. I don't know, maybe if I hadn't taken that postdoc in Joburg. I'm glad you shot down the Lightkeeper protocol in the end. I don't think I could have taken seeing another one of you. I mean, Elizabeth Sobek. There's only one. I miss you.
She shut it down, but Gaia had other plans.
Aloy?
She's gone. Really gone.
You knew she couldn't have survived, Aloy. And her achievements were beyond exceptional.
While her people bickered, she was the one who took responsibility. The only one who could.
She was better than them.
That's not what I said.
She was. You shouldn't be afraid to admit it.
Can't you just for one moment stop calculating and let yourself feel? She sacrificed herself for her friends, for the future, for life on Earth. Doesn't that stir anything in you? The generosity of it.
You're trying to invest her decision with something magical. It was a rational choice, not based on sentimentality.
Why not both?
You're wrong. Remember, she knew it wasn't enough for Gaia to think. She taught Gaia to feel. To care, to sacrifice, to believe in life. Enough to fight against hopelessness. If it wasn't for that sentimentality, life would have ended. You and I would never have existed.
Your argument is sound. I'm sorry for your loss.
She said she wanted to go home. Maybe.
What?
Nothing. It's time to go on.
are you holding up?
Dr. Unson, I've been getting a lot of messages, unsolicited messages from Ted.
Margot, I'm sorry. With Liz gone, we've got no one to run interference with him. I'll talk to Ted. He mostly wants updates, constant updates, hundreds of updates on things he knows nothing about. Liz used to field all of his crap.
He doesn't understand the systems at all. I was kind of by design. But he's getting pretty sketchy with me.
We just have to keep him happy. Liz always said keep him happy.
Are you kidding? You ever hear how she talked to him?
She was managing him, Margot.
I mean, maybe I should ignore him. He's buried in his pyramid with the Hola Hola girls and Panta Antimod cuckoos. What can he do?
Ted, did you do a stupid?
What are we gonna plug into their heads, Les? A whole lot of history? A whole lot of so-called truth? A whole lot of noise? It's not pablum, Les. It's poison.
There's another section at the back of the crater. Looks like it survived the blast.
Because it was armored. You found the control room.
I'm on my
That
way.
almost went stupid.
I've been taking a hard look at the project. In the end, it's simple. It's clean. It's clear. Erasure.
Ted?
Addition by subtraction. I can make it better, Liz. With a single stroke, make it all go away.
I really don't like the direction this is going.
Continue.
I don't think this is where I want to go. No, seems to be where I want to go. No. There we go. Stings a little.
Another power cell. This should help me get to that ancient armor.
Now of all places? Probably goes to something else. Why do I feel like I'm going in circles? Yeah, okay, I somehow got looped around. No worries. I'm not entirely convinced this is what they want of me. Oh, nope, it was.
When I opened the hatch, the air rushed in from this side.
Because there was none inside the chamber.
But the Alphas were in there.
Ted?
Unlocked out of core control. Alpha clearance overridden. What the hell is Omega clearance?
Oh no.
Alpha personnel. Sorry to alarm you, but I need you to listen, okay? To what I'm about to say. This isn't easy. See, please, stop trying to access the system, okay? See, what this is about is, I said stop trying to access the goddamn system. What I'm trying to say is, I can't stop thinking about the ones who come after us. Those innocents. Those blameless men and women. We're gonna give them knowledge? Like it's a gift?
Ted. We've talked about this before. Apollo has 3,000 plus fail-safe conditions.
It's not a gift, it's a disease. They're the cure, and we're gonna give them the disease. Our disease? No, we can't. And it's not too late. If we're willing to sacrifice.
Ted, it doesn't need to be like this.
It already is, Samina. I did it 3 minutes ago. I've purged Apollo. It's gone. All of it. Every copy.
A sacrifice? It's not a sacrifice. It's cultural obliteration, you crazy bastard. Millennia of culture.
I'm sorry. Really.
Ted, you did a stupid.
To protect innocence, innocents have to die.
Emergency alert. Captain House.
Oh, giving me stuff. Final boss time?
He killed them all.
So this is why. This is why we were trapped in benighted ignorance for an innocent future. Blameless men. He never saw the slaughter in the Sun Ring. Everything these people achieved, all the knowledge of the old ones, evaporated, turned to dust, scattered to the void, like the Alphas themselves.
No. Not a void. When the hatch unsealed and scattered their ashes on the wind, it took them out among the world they made. The world we're living in. It's a monument to what they died trying to accomplish.
A monument to oblivion.
Not oblivion, silence. Hope.
I was expecting something would basically prevent Apollo from being a thing, given, you know, sequel.
The Master Override. That's so small.
Now all you have to do is kill Hades with it.
Alright, let's go kill a god.
Try not to fall to your death. The Master Override doesn't override gravity.
Did I do it again? Did I just loop around like an idiot? Time to climb it all again. Sorry, folks. Wait. Why is it still pointing me out there? Okay. We don't have to loop at all. We were supposed to go down here and climb up.
Here.
For a moment.
What?
Our journey together has come to an end, Aloy. But before I go, I think I owe it to you to tell you the rest of the story.
Go on.
Some time ago, I admitted that I'd been involved with the eclipse. But I never told you the full extent of my culpability. The truth is, I was there at the beginning. I found Hades, Aloy, buried on that mountain, trapped in that shattered titan. And I served it.
What?
It promised knowledge and delivered. Such knowledge, you have no idea.
And in exchange?
I helped create the eclipse. Helped it build a cult, an army to do its will.
Why are you telling me this now?
Because your success depends on knowing this. When I found Hades, the first thing it wanted to know about was the Spire. Not Meridian. The Spire. Now, why would that be?
The Spire was created by Gaia.
Which part of Gaia?
Minerva. It's code-breaking module. Gaia built spires to transmit the codes that deactivated the Pharaoh robots, shut down their biomatter conversion systems. Hades wants to send a new transmission. To wake the machines, so they can devour the world all over again.
Yes. Based on what we've learned, that's my conclusion as well.
So the Eclipse... the robots they've resurrected... they're just a means to an end. An army to capture the Spire.
Yes. So Hades can exterminate life all over again. Unless you stop it.
I want you to tell me everything. Hades,
Let's hear
the
it.
Eclipse. Everything.
It's a long story, Aloy.
Then get started.
It began with a focus, recovered from an ancient ruin, as yours was so many years ago. In my case, the device was heavily damaged. There was just a flicker of life in it. I spent weeks studying it, attempting repairs, until finally, I succeeded. A whole new dimension of perception revealed, right before my eyes. That's when I detected it. A faint signal. Out there, something was searching, just like I was.
A real kindred spirit.
I followed the signal to its source. A shattered titan, buried in the jungles of the Jewel.
So you thought it was a Titan? An old war machine?
I didn't know what to think. I'd seen such wreckage before. The Grave Horde, for example. But this was different. This was not quite dead. It couldn't speak when I found it, until my repairs gave it a voice. So began an exchange of knowledge. It wanted to know everything about our world, its tribes and machines. But the Spire was always its foremost concern.
What did it want to know about the Spire?
Its precise location, the surrounding geography, who controlled the land. Meanwhile, Hades revealed to me many of the intricacies of ancient technology. It bid me to recover and repair more focuses. Before long, I had a couple dozen up and running.
Enough to equip a small army.
The commanders of one, anyway. I didn't care. I was learning so much. Physics, calculus. You have no idea.
He basically got Apollo.
And the Shadow Karja? How did they become involved?
The Karja Civil War was a happy coincidence. A perfect opportunity.
An opportunity? That's what it was to you?
Yes. Overnight, half the tribe was in exile, desperate to win back Holy Meridian. Their religion made them easy to manipulate. All I had to do was present Hades as the buried shadow of their mythology. So yes, it was an opportunity. I arranged for High Priest Bahavas to meet with Hades. Helis was there as well. And so the Eclipse was born. Anything to win back Holy Meridian.
But Hades didn't care about Meridian. And neither did you.
We live in a world of fallen cities and vanished tribes. What were a few more? Besides, I was too busy setting up the cult's focus network to Hades' specifications. A thrilling technical challenge, especially with the alterations I included of my own design.
The ability for you to spy on them.
Yes. I may have been foolish enough to serve Hades, but I was never so foolish that I trusted it. I installed what the ancients used to call a back door in the network. Secret access, empowering me to monitor all activity and communications.
What made you turn on Hades? It certainly wasn't your conscience.
Actually, I was troubled the first time I saw the Eclipse raise an ancient war robot. with my technology. I questioned Hades about its intentions.
A little late?
Indeed. I'd already outlived my usefulness. When I completed work on the Focus Network, Hades summoned me to receive my reward. The next moment, I heard it broadcast my kill order. I've been a fugitive ever since.
So when did I come into this? Our path together?
When Olin stumbled on you. System threat detected. That got my attention. A kill order against a savage Nora girl? Why would Hades bother with that? But then I saw that this Nora girl was wearing a focus and bore an uncanny resemblance to a great scientist of the old world. Helis moved quickly. I thought you were dead. But then I detected your focus inside the Nora mountain. The more I observed you, the more convinced I became of your extraordinary nature and usefulness. Through you, I could finally discover the secrets of the Earth. I vowed to do everything I could to ensure your success. The rest, as they used to say, is history.
The things you've done in the pursuit of knowledge, Silence. Pure recklessness.
Aloy, this wasn't a confession to elicit your judgment.
Unbelievable.
I've done all I can. From here on out, the rest is up to you. Take my lance. Fit the master override to it, and you have a means of injection.
Then I just need to get close enough to Hades' skull to stab it in?
Exactly.
Oh, no problem. Silence! Where will you go?
Elsewhere. And everywhere. There's so much more to discover before the world ends.
And all this?
I leave it to you, of course. As it turned out, it was yours all along. I was merely trespassing. I traveled far to find you. I heard your transmission. It was you, wasn't it? Entity is not known. I'm called Silence, and you are. I don't think you'd have called out if it wasn't something you wanted. You called, I responded. Will you tell me your name? Hades. You are a creation of the ancients. A war machine. Divine timeline. Time? Ah. It is the 13th king of the Karja Sanctum's reign. Divine Karja. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Were you created by the ancients? I wonder how long you waited here, buried, until I chanced upon you. How long you'd have to wait for another. You're obviously very powerful, but you're not going to get anywhere without me. Titan Flame merely houses intellect. Define Karja. Now that's more like it. They're coming. Preparations are complete. Ah, Lucent Bahavas. Behold, as I promised you. What?
Manner of great machine is this? I've never seen such a thing. Stay! Stay your ground, Karja in shadow!
Incorrect. Bow before the buried shadow.
The buried shadow? I don't understand.
Did Ahriman understand the Glinthawk that perched upon the alight? Paimon followed the shadow cast from the spire.
To the mesa where Holy Meridian was founded.
You will follow the shadow once more.
I am a righteous man, chosen of the sun. But in times of need, the powers of shadow can accomplish what the sun alone cannot. Will you return to us what is ours, O Shadow of Prophecy?
An army is required. Obey, and Meridian is yours.
Of our obedience you can be certain.
Okay, one last one, and I'll get a move out.
Task is complete.
I have to tell Avad that the Eclipse are ready to strike. After what happened with Derval, I know how to defend the city. But the spire.
But I remind you of the reward you've been withholding. Quantum processing. Data has been compiled. Volume too great for transfer. How inconvenient for me. Come before me. You shall receive your reward. Very well. Healus. Threat detected inside Eclipse.
Speak its name, O Shadow, and it will die.
You will eliminate this one. Silence.
Silence. Yes. A truth whispered at night is seen in the day. He was never one of us.
Is that Crispin Freeman? Oh, hey, file got repaired. Just wrapped inspection of Gaia Prime site. Construction is well underway. Reactor installed. Plans for control room remind me of Starship bridges on those cheesy old sci-fi vids. Living spaces for Alpha's already completed. Prefab modules. Fingers crossed we never have to seal ourselves in here. Not that Elysium sounds much better. Spent last week at the Bryce site designing ZD project labs, drawing up protocols. The base we're repurposing was huge. Plenty of room for workspaces and residence blocks. The work crew's already set up my office/lab. I'm not a fan of the glass wall. Guess Murray's intention was to sconce me as an all-seeing presence. Ugh. Opposite effect, makes me feel watched, on display. Tempted to paint it over. Harry's recorded his presentation yesterday, suitably bleak, scheduled to record mine Friday. As soon as reception, lounge, holo theaters, and first residence blocks at ZD site are finished, we'll start processing the candidates being held outside Tuscan. 27 already. Extraction teams prioritizing Pac Rim and Aussie candidates. Now, scared and confused they must be. Snatched off the street, carted across the world, held in cells. Here's hoping they understand once they see the big picture. Going to catch a few hours sleep here, then fly back to the ZD site. Harry's promised delivery of QB lettuces by noon. Expect Mark 1 will take 2 weeks to machine, assemble, and test. I aim to launch Gaia at 06T grounding. From there, I'll spin her up past 1.0T. Wonder how long it'll take to break the 1.38T record. MIE can go hang. Sleep. Okay. Wrong button. I gotta go all the way back. Good thing I have those unlimited fast travels. Because we're at the point where there's nothing left to do but fast travel, get a move on. We're probably going to go over time tonight because we're close enough. I don't see getting another stream out of this. We finish tonight if I can help it. Sorry, dude.
There are no shadows under the noonday sun.
Hello, and boy, have I got news for you.
Aloy, what brings you to Meridian?
A threat. Helis commands a legion of fanatics called the Eclipse. They will attack soon from the west, with an army of ancient war machines. But that's not the worst of it. They'll bring a mind with them. God, demon, machine, whatever you want to call it. It's called Hades. And it doesn't want Meridian at all. It wants the Spire. And if it gets there, it will send out a call, waking more ancient machines, more than we could ever defeat. All will be lost. We can't let that happen.
I'm trying to understand, but my responsibility lies with Meridian.
Meridian isn't the target, Avad. You have to defend the Spire.
Perhaps the Vanguard, Your Radiance.
Yes. Send them to the Spire. Aaron knows Aloy. He won't question it.
And have the city guard fortify the western ridge. There they can be seen to protect Meridian and the Elite, where the Spire rests.
Aloy, allow me to apologize for my behavior before. After everything that happened with Ursa, I was confused. If we're to fight together on the brink of life and death, I'd prefer to do so with your forgiveness.
Then you have it. As long as you don't confuse me with her again.
Even a king can learn his lesson. Good then. I'm glad that's behind us. Now, it will take time to prepare our defenses. Please, tell me what you know of our enemies. Everything.
I don't know about everything, but I'll tell you what I can.
Have you spoken to Blameless Murad?
Not yet, but I will.
He wishes to speak to you. Defensive preparations are his responsibility.
The Sun King? Yeah, he's good. We like him. Better than the last one.
Quietly does it. Panic in the city will only create another enemy. And do keep me appraised of each new arrival. Ah, Aloy. Preparations are underway on the ridge defenses and at the Spire. Word was sent to every corner of the Sundom. Our allies offered their steel. Some came for Meridian, others for shards. But many came for you, by name.
For me.
Don't be so humble.
The ridge will be the front line. That's where the city guard are holding?
Yes, bolstered by some of the irregulars I spoke of before. The Oseram cannons that thundered Meridian's walls in the Liberation will now defend us. You're welcome to tour the defenses.
And the Spire. Erend and the Vanguard are there?
Indeed. Clashing breastplates together and testing out their battle cries, I suppose. A number of the Nora have also arrived at the Spire. They have resisted the offer of a royal audience. Perhaps you could parley with them.
I will. I suppose all we can do is wait for the attack.
Exactly. It's not a feeling I cherish, but our spotters at Evening Sign report there's still no movement in the west. So, if there's more you need to do elsewhere, seize this time to do it. Otherwise, I've made the apartment of Olin Delverson available to you. You can sleep there, if sleep comes.
That's basically the game's way of saying, psst, you better tie up loose ends because all hell's about to break loose. Naturally, we will be ignoring this in favor of making all hell break loose. Huh? The last time I visited Prime was November of last year. Mom's since have been a blur. Flew out last night to oversee installation of the central armature and the master override. You're welcome, Ted. Which was completed by 0430. So I decided to grab a few hours of sleep here before heading back to ZD. Called Gaia before I bedded down, ostensibly to update her on the site plan, but the truth is, I missed her. I've developed a habit of speaking to her before I sleep. She seems to be the only thing that calms me these days. Woke to a message from Osvalad. The Odyssey launched yesterday, so terrestrial life's chance of survival has doubled. Why then do I feel uneasy, and keep wondering what kind of world our Zenith will create if the ship reaches its destination so many decades from now? It didn't. And I worry about the alpha build of Apollo. So much knowledge, so few restraints, and no failsafes. How will they avoid repeating our mistakes? Won't stop them from playing God. Forwarded the Odyssey message to the alphas, and Naoto replied in less than a minute with a poem, of course. The Building of the Ship by Longfellow, and it's long. Alright. I didn't read all of it, but it seems to be about launching a ship rather than building one. Stanza or couplet or whatever leapt out at me. Humanity, with all its fears, with all its hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. Yeah, Odyssey and Zero Dawn both. Speaking of which, I should get back to ZD. I should just stop by Naoto's lab and check on Meter's progress too, if I can get out here without a volume of Tennyson pressed into my hands. I'll count myself lucky. Till next time. I want to view the defense sites if I can. That would be 2 and 3, I think. In fact, save myself a couple moments here. So I'm guessing once I go to the apartment and sleep, that's it. Siege begins, final mission.
Always stay alert. That's what I say.
Aloy, I told you I'd be here.
You did, Teb. But have your wounds even had time to heal?
Honestly, if I fought, I'd probably come undone. But don't worry, I'll leave that to the other Nora at the Spire. I brought supplies instead. These Karja have made me an honorary quartermaster, whatever that means.
It sounds impressive.
I could get used to it. We'll be setting up caches of arms and medicine under these banners. Look for them when the fighting starts. Aloy, when you went into the mountain, did the goddess tell you our chances?
She didn't need to. I know we can do this, Teb.
Maybe we can.
I bet those traitorous Oseram will just conveniently move Derval and transport domains.
This place really couldn't be more different to the
Don't look to
sacred
me
land,
for help.
could it?
My duty is to guard. I don't get involved in politics.
Okay, check to them. Oh, there's still stuff there.
fierce.
Watch out for the Oseram merc.
Huh. So you must be Aloy then. I thought there'd be more of you.
More of me.
Thicker, I suppose. More of a gear wheel, less of a ringlet. Don't get me wrong, you're very well struck.
Do all Oseram flirt at the most inopportune times?
Inopportune? Battle hasn't even started yet. Petra Forge woman. I hail from the Free Heap. I'll be heading back in the next dust storm. Murad asked me to check over the city arsenal first. Cannons have aged well, but I've cleared their throats so they can really roar.
Can I try one?
Everybody wants a turn. Have at it then.
That's vaguely terrifying. So it looks like they're going to be throwing a lot of stuff at us for the ending. If they're going to have us doing things like those cannons, searching for caches. This is going to be pretty wild.
Might need that. Aratak? I didn't expect you to come all this way.
It's true, I am a stranger in this green and snowless land. Aurea forgave the Karja, but I never did. Still, I was compelled to come for my once chieftain. It's good to see you leading again. This young ice hunter seeks to prove herself also. Her spark reminds me of Aurea's in our youth. And I'm proud to take my place behind you on this hunt. A great challenge.
Survive and prevail, right?
There is no other way.
It accounts for the DLC. That's neat.
You're the hunter from the Banuk Grove.
I remember you also, Nora. The machines shook free of their slumber after you arrived. Raged and fought.
Well, that wasn't my fault.
No, I'm thanking you. That night, I decided I would not go back to Banur. I would take my hunt into these lands. So many machines, even demons. Spidery, skittering, without the blue light in them. Dead things that must be killed again.
Our enemies dug up an army of them.
An army? Yes, that's why I came. Good. I'll wait.
Game.
Greetings, Aloy. Don't. You don't need to bow. The Anointed doesn't like it.
She doesn't much like being called Anointed, either. It means a lot to have you here, Varl.
I gave my word.
So, Meridian, what do you think?
I've seen many new things since I first met you. I should thank you.
For all what's wrong.
You really want to know? All right. I'm in a foreign land, a tainted land, defending a faithless city that looks like nothing I've seen. From something I can't imagine. And you, after all that's happened, all you've done, I feel like I should drop to my knees and worship you, but I know you don't want that.
Boy, things are pretty tough for you, huh? Thanks for telling the other Nora not to bow. It's the last thing I need.
Don't be too hard on them. They only joined this fight because the Anointed bid it so.
Is that why you came?
No. I would have come just to see you one more time. And we must fight a metal devil, because the goddess says. Or because you say.
I think the goddess and I are in agreement. We're both glad you're here.
So am I.
It rises taller than the highest tree.
These cards are in their frilled armor look like turkeys.
War Chief Sona. War Chief, you seem uncomfortable.
The Nora do not belong here. I do not belong here. I will fight the metal devil that threatens us all, but my place is in the sacred land. The wrongness here jags at me like an arrowhead.
I'm sorry to put you through this.
Do not be sorry. This will be ended. My spear, my word.
So who are these guys?
They call themselves the Eclipse. Aloy. So here we are again, gearing up for a fight. Only this time it sounds like the bad guys have a lot more firepower. What are we up against, really?
I'm not sure. But there's gonna be a lot of them, and they'll have machines. And if they get past us, it's not just Meridian that will fall. The rest of the world will go with it.
Well, that's big. It sounds like our kind of fight. Right, guys? Well, where do they put the Vanguard?
At the front of the line!
And why?
Steel before iron!
And what are we gonna do?
Hit them like a hammer till they can't hit back!
Damn right! You hear that? Nobody's getting past the Vanguard. We're here for Meridian. And we're here for you.
Thank you, Erend.
He's good. We like him.
Well, only if we win.
Okay, it's time. Just a bit past 11. I'm hoping I can get this in about the next hour or so. Oh, two of them got repaired. Halloween. Travis came by trick-or-treating, dressed up like me. Should have seen that coming. I gave him a half-eaten packet of dandy wafers as a treat and kicked him out. Not before he invited me to some kind of Italian horror extravaganza he organized for his ED staff. Seriously, as though there isn't enough horror in the world already. Anyway, I was already scheduled to fly out here to G Prime for final inspections with Harris and President's delegation. Ted was here too, and he was not looking good. Kept fidgeting and couldn't seem to look me in the face without blinking. I was relieved when he boarded his bird and flew back to Thebes. Although I guess I shouldn't complain. If he wants to build himself a deluxe shelter to ride out the apocalypse, let him. Keep him out of Elysium and away from me. Harris stuck around long enough to give me a detailed briefing on the strategic situation. Basically, we've entered the terminal phase, as though the color of the sky when I was flying over here wasn't clue enough. Another 2 or 3 weeks and the atmosphere won't be breathable. Last vestiges of European and West African civ brigades are trapped Their backs against the Atlantic. The swarm that scuttled across Antarctica is crossing the Straits of Magellan, about to start its death crawl up South America towards the Amazon. All the work we did to reconstitute the rainforest, and it comes to this. An advanced element of the Pacific swarms are already skirmishing with units on the Kalmar seawall. The noose is tightening. Projections show that we can still finish in time, but the margin of error is plus minus 10 days. Not a good spread. If the plague breaks through the head of schedule, well, I just can't. I will not let that happen. Enough writing. Need to get back to Zero Dawn. Such a close thing. It's been, what, 43 hours since Harris warned me? Said collapse of the eastern line was imminent. Swarms launching some kind of pincer maneuver via the Wichita salient. 5 or 6 days more, and I think I could have launched without our help. I really do. We have to scramble. ZD became a madhouse, absolute bedlam. Every team rushing to stabilize code and lock it down as Gammas got evacuated, then Betas. Once Gaia was on her way, I gathered the Alphas together to give them the bad news. Felt like I was going to throw up, but they already knew, of course. They knew the work wasn't really finished. Close, but not quite there. Still tests to run, kinks to smooth, work to do. So they accepted it. No Elysium for us. We'll spend the rest of our lives here, testing and polishing each subordinate function to perfection. Yes, that's what you get when you recruit a bunch of obsessive perfectionists. Managed to not cry until I got back to my office. So here we are, setting up Gaia Prime, and yeah, such a close thing. Makes me feel nauseated all over again when I contemplate how the fate of life could hinge on coincidence. If I ever proposed the Lightkeeper Protocol, there never would have been living space constructed here. If I abandoned the protocol sooner, the necessary life support systems never would have been installed. If. At least we won't have to endure the creepiness of raising and training clones ourselves. The genetic materials was never processed out of the cradle site, so it's not even possible. For which I'm glad. I really wouldn't want to spend time around a young Travis Tate raised by Travis Tate. No, it'll be up to us to perfect Gaia, one generation only. Update, though, that was General Harris. The assailant has collapsed. USRC expects to be overrun in 2 days, which gives us 72 hours at best to lock down and seal up. Buried alive for life's sake. I'll go tell the others. Saw those already. Okay, we have a text log and a voice recording left.
Girl's got a fire. Took a lot of guts to make durable land.
Old durable, eh? Everyone knows it. Owen's apartment feels empty. Should I sleep? Did I leave anything unfinished?
Again, hey, you should do your side quest now, but no. It's even straight up telling us, no way back. I should have made a hard save, but whatever.
How could you sleep, Elizabeth, with a weight like this pressing on you? How did you, Rost, after you lost your family? Silence? Are you there? Guess I shouldn't ask ghosts for advice.
Ma'am, there are signs from the west. Sun King Avad awaits you at the Temple of the Sun.
This is it. I know, I would love to see, I mean, if not a game, just something to show Rost's backstory. It'd be amazing.
Campfires, perhaps? Massing forces for the long march to the city gates?
That's not wood smoke.
Then what is it?
The end. Or how it begins, anyway.
Holy crap!
Deathbringers you spoke of?
To the guns! To the guns! Now!
By the sun, do as she says!
Set loaded! All of you, be ready to fire!
Will the guns hold them back?
We're about to find out.
Well, that's going to be a problem.
No! Rally the vanguard. Send reinforcements.
Aloy, no!
We need those guns!
He will cut you down!
Not this time!
You have fixed.
Just one moment, because I have a lot of skills. Or what good it'll do me.
Should have fought me in the thunder then.
Why do you fight? The end is inevitable.
Oh wait, I know what to do with this stuff.
Accept it. Accept your weakness. Only end of night awaits.
Blocked again.
Leaders are likely to have weapons, so if I can kill this guy...
Meridian must run red to be cleansed.
Not what I meant to do.
He's quick. The bridge can't take much more of this.
Shadow take you!
This'll do the deed. Jeez, can this guy take a beating?
It's giving way!
What are you before the terror of the sun?
The one who will take you down! Blocked again.
I am chosen. This was not meant to be.
None of this was meant to be healers. You made it happen. Followed your orders, butchered so many, and for what? To die on your knees, used like a pawn by a power you don't even understand.
You pity me?
Turn your face to the sun.
Ooh, irony. Okay, they want me firing at that Deathbringer, I'm thinking. Whoa!
Don't want to be here when that hits.
Okay, I see the Corruptor, I just can't seem to hit it. Who's next? Someone over there. Okay, it's dead, so now we go around to the other side.
Be wary.
And prepare.
Damn, it's here, stock up.
Can't be too prepared.
Raise arms again. West.
Okay, brought down the Deathbringer. Moment to grab a couple meds before we get back on the platform. Looks like that's a storm bird. Oops, I forgot that gun kills you.
No signs. A lull in the attack. Lower your arms, but beware.
Okay, there was a checkpoint, which is good.
And prepare.
And we use this moment to just grab a ton of stuff.
Gonna come in handy.
Raise arms again. West.
Gotta get to another platform. Gotta get to another platform.
Okay, knock out the hawk so they leave us alone. This is going to be supremely annoying.
A lull in the attack. Lower your arms, but be wary.
Chance to catch a breath and prepare.
Raise arms again! West!
Okay, we got rid of it. Okay, the fun begins here. Okay, the Stormbird's down. That's probably some of the worst of it for this last wave. Just gotta take out the last Deathbringer.
It's taking a shot at me.
There we go.
Aloy! Aloy! Aloy!
Tab?
By all, Mother, you survived. I thought you were killed.
The others, are they...
No. Wounded, but alive, mostly. The machines blasted through, then kept going. They marched on the spire, dragging that thing with them.
Take care of the others, Tab. I've gotta go.
So that damn near killed me. Not that gun.
Not even a challenge.
My strength is not yet spent. I earned it by ice and snow. Cursed machines. I will answer your challenge.
Works for me. Keep them busy.
It's begun. Hades is transmitting.
That's a lot of Deathbringers. Well, shit.
If Hades has started the signal, it must have gotten through the defenses. Nora. Aaron's vanguard. I have to get up there.
Oh, this just screams Final Showdown. Let's do this.
gotta keep going. Keep pushing. I knew this wouldn't be easy. So no holding back.
You know, it's interesting how this started with us running a brave trail, and here we are running the obstacle course again.
Aloy! It's Aloy! Well, you can see that. We thought you'd fallen at the ridge.
No, the ridge fell on me. Look, there isn't a lot of time left. I have to face Hades.
Not alone.
My fight. I can't ask you to come with me.
We were about to go over the top anyway, right? Right.
The metal devil must fall.
I should stock up. Last chance.
Okay, I'll got a full set of potions. While I'm at it, this is a bit of a race to Ridgewood, but I say okay. I'm as ready as I could hope to be.
Arrival of Entity has been anticipated. Entity will not halt transmission. To contrary, calculations are precise. Presence of Entity has been accounted for.
I'm gonna tie one down!
Understood. I'll keep my hands off.
You know what? Okay, we blew off one of its guns. Let's get the other one. Okay, we got its guns. That's helpful. Okay, we blew out one of its vents. game. Stop freaking out.
Time enough to beat the machines back.
Fight her well, they are struck down.
I could just start breaking those guns.
Look out, it's brought in reinforcements.
Take them out first!
With the time I've got left, I can do this.
There, blow up a gun. There goes another gun.
Prioritize entity.
Beware, Aloy, you face another.
Got it! Help me bring it down!
We'll get it off.
Oh, this could help. It's so close. Okay, first of all, let me check my inventory.
Nice shooting!
We'll see this through, Aloy.
Damn it. It wasn't letting me use one of those health potions that could have saved me. Which is annoying because we almost had him.
Aloy!
Oh, good. They checkpointed it.
All of you, focus on the new machines!
Okay. Must we? How annoying. That's what I needed. It's dead.
The servant is dead. Now, the master.
System threat imminent.
I'm more than a threat.
I think we got this.
Master Override armed. To activate, state name and rank.
Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master Override activated. Purging Extinction Protocol.
Okay, Gaia. Sorry about that. Where was I?
You were telling a story.
Right. Yeah, so, like I was saying, it was a children's electronics kit, but I hacked the wiring to an auto battery and solar PV. So the grass caught fire. And, so did a tall pine that had stood there, I don't know, maybe 100 years.
Query, you were how old?
6. My mother was home, thank God, so she called the fire department, and after, she took me out to the lawn and showed me the dead baby birds, because there were nests in the pine tree.
Query, what did you feel?
I'm not sure. I remember yelling that I didn't care, and that's when my mother took my face in her hands and spoke.
Query, what did she say?
She said I had to care. She said, Elizabeth, being smart will count for nothing if you don't make the world better. You have to use your smarts to count for something. To serve life, not death.
You often tell stories of your mother, but you are childless.
I never had time. Guess it was for the best.
If you had had a child, Elizabeth, what would you have wished for him or her?
I guess I would have wanted her to be curious. And willful, unstoppable, even. But with enough compassion to heal the world. Just a little bit. Anyway, that's all I've got for now, Gaia. Time to tuck in.
I wish you a pleasant sleep, Elizabeth.
Thank you. I'll catch you tomorrow.
So, we stopped Hades. Yeah, I expect there to be a post-credit sequence, because the one thing that speaks to my is, yes, we stopped Hades, but the machines are still about, because again, Horizon Forbidden West exists. And also, there's a matter of restoring Gaia, which we kinda didn't do. I will note this was an amazing game. I am very glad I chose to stream it. Okay, tell you what, kid, it's just credits now. Come on, Fritz, you can get in my lap. I now have a kitty. I'm petting him. True, there are the other AIs, and we did meet Hephaestus in the DLC. Oh, yeah. Like I said, my next vote... Well, this game's already decided. I will check the poll and announce who won as soon as these credits are over before we raid. I'm pretty sure it's Mass Effect, though. The other game that I'll be getting back to again next week, I'm playing Code Vein. I'm thinking I might do a second playthrough of that to get the bad ending and the blood codes it gives. Past that, I'm not too sure on my voting. I was thinking JRPGs, but I might just take a mix of things. Like, I know Henya was interested in me doing Days Gone. I might put that up for vote. I might put a couple of immersive sims like Dishonored and maybe Prey. Though I was really bad at that game when I played it on my own. Like, I've got options, so I gotta think about it. But I'm probably I'm a good few weeks out from being done with Code Vein. And with my next game after this being Mass Effect Legendary, I'm going to be on Mass Effect for a while, because I said I'd do the whole damn thing. So that's actually 3 games. I mean the new one. The one with the mimics. Though I do have the original if I really wanted to. I'm not sure on that one. Also, yeah, Deus Ex could be up for voting. I'm gonna think about it. Because, like, on the JRPG side of things, I would be down for doing, say, Scarlet Nexus, which I got a couple months ago and I liked what little I played. Or finally doing one of the old Tales games like Vesperia or Vesteria. I got a lot of options. It's a matter of what and how to narrow it down to. I'm thinking if I can get it down to like the 5, 10 I feel strongest about, maybe as high as 15. I don't mind huge polls too much. And we'll see what the voting says. You know, one of the things that made Prey so tricky for me is when you is your first real gun is that foam gun, which is great for immobilizing mimics, but not good for dealing with, but not good for actually killing them. So it's kind of a pain in the butt. The one thing that surprised me with Prey though is that the mimics are surprisingly fair. I was afraid the game would lean on cheap shots and jump scares with them, but no. They actually go active for a while before they attack, so you have a good amount of time to note that, yes, the mimics are about and see them. These are some very creative credits. I'm glad I managed to beat it because we're past midnight here. I was afraid at this time I'd start getting too... I tend to go a little brain melty at about 11, which is why I usually end streams there. I was a little worried I'd be too out of it to finish this game. I'm also happy I did this because I wanted to beat an open world game on stream. It's rare I beat open world games as is, so having one actually beaten is pretty neat. The other good news is I don't stream tomorrow. One, because I was already up late. Two, because tomorrow I'm going to have to install Mass Effect so I can actually stream it. It's 110 gigs. It's going to take a while. Also, the one thing I like about being done with this game, as much as I love this game, I'm kind of glad whatever I play next isn't going to involve me constantly scavenging resources and crafting ammo. Because medicine can be annoyingly hard to find at times, and it's like you never have enough Ridgewood. I'm patient enough. My hope is some point in, like, what are we thinking, maybe 2 to 3 years before, if it's gonna be on PC, and I suspect it will be eventually because the first one showed up. What are we thinking, maybe 2, 3 years for the exclusivity to time out? And I got enough to play and stream that I can wait. God knows at the rate I go, the Mass Effect trilogy is going to be one of my main games for easily the rest of this year at least, probably a good chunk in the next year. Though that was kind of the point with this last vote. I was picking stuff I knew would take me a while. Oh yeah. You know, I beat the first game twice, played a chunk of the second, never played the third. I was actually a bit reluctant to put it on voting at first because I figured it would just dominate the voting, but then it's like, you know, you brought it a couple months ago. You really ought to play it. Streaming's a good excuse to beat a very large trilogy. And so it went on the voting, and it won. The other one I'm hoping for, and I might offer it again because, and I might offer it again after Code Vein because, Reasons is God Eater. You'd probably know why I'd want to stream God Eater. No comments, that's spoilers. I mean, you ever want to do... We've known each other long enough. If you want to do a collab, I am totally down for making... If you can put aside some time every week or two to do some streaming for it, I'm totally down for a God Eater collab. Can even slowly work through the whole trilogy. I have all 3 games. Never played the second, though. Yeah, I played the first one first because... I played Rage Burst because it's the first one story-wise. I've also played some of 3 out of curiosity because I got it real cheap and got curious. I also like God Eater in that it's one of the only real alternatives to Monster Hunter, which is kind of interesting. I mean, the only other ones that are really an alternative to Monster Hunter in any way are Dragon's Dogma and technically this. I have jokingly called this game Mecha Hunter at a couple points. Also, you run a real weird one for like an alternative to Monster Hunter, Mercenary Kings. It's a 2D platformer, but it actually takes a lot of notes from Monster Hunter, which is kind of weird. In fact, I think I jokingly called it... No, what did I call it ages ago? Monster Hunter Hard Corps, right? Yeah, Mercenary Kings is neat. That'd be another one if I can find people. A 4-player collab of that would be fun. Honestly, I want to get into more collab stuff, both because it helps the channel and because I really do want to beat some co-op games, particularly more long-form stuff. That's why I'm glad I'm playing Borderlands 3 with Andy right now. We play on Sundays, so I've been slowly making progress through that with her. And with Kittlefish, Alekstar, and Mitsu, I've been playing MechWarrior 5. That's going to be this Friday. More of that, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. God Eater, from my experience, it's a very straightforward take on Monster Hunter. In that it is all monster fights, and they're pretty much all the big monsters. You don't get in much into collections. There's not much of there's no ecosystem or stuff to worry about. You get dropped into the field ready to brawl. Which you can argue is a bit of a downgrade from Monster Hunter, but if you just want to get right into the thick of it, it does it very well. That said, I do have Monster Hunter World, and I barely scratched that. I've been tempted to reinstall it. And some point in the future, when I have the money and there's a good sale, I should get Rise on... I have Rise on Switch, but I should get the PC version in Sunbreak for the improvements there. I don't know, and my streaming, I think, kind of shows it. I lean a bit towards RPG and strategy games, and certainly with action games, I like stuff that's a bit more systems heavy. Hilariously, I've recently purchased and gotten into playing Godfall. Yeah, that game. I actually kind of like it. As bizarre as that sounds. Speaking of RPGs and like, I was thinking, because I'm beating Code Vein, for the voting, if I'm going to do a mishmash of stuff, I might throw Nioh 2 on the list. Maybe. Again, though, I think I'm a few weeks out from having to put up my next vote. Though I should probably start taking notes on what I might be willing to run. I have been, I just haven't got a final vote list down yet. I'm tempted to skip because it's late, but we're this far in, and I don't want to accidentally skip the post-credit scene. Also, I did beat this game. It's only fair they get their names on my stream. I also might have to consider Friday voting eventually. I don't actually know how long Horizon's Gate is going to take because it's so open-ended. Technically, it's basically once I'm strong enough to go to the end game, I can go to the end game whenever I feel ready. But I'm expecting that game will take a good few weeks. Also, considering I'm up so unusually late for this, thank you for sticking it out for the ending. This includes anyone who's currently lurking out there. You know, the annoying thing is, I just realized tomorrow's Wednesday. That's lawn mowing day for me. So I'm going to go to sleep a few hours later, get up, get dressed, get the birds down to the aviary, have breakfast, and then I'm going to have to go outside. And I'm going to have to go outside and haul the lawnmower out front to do the front lawn, and then do the back. Doesn't take long. I should be okay by then. It's also grocery day, so I'll have to put that away later. Wednesdays are a little busy for me. Looks like we're getting near the end of the credits. I should go back if I can, check how long. I think it's taken me about Let me see, this is part 15, right? Might have been about 3 or 4 months to beat this. What do you think? Yeah, okay, if I'm mathing it out right, it's just shy of 4 months for me to beat this game. Oh, yep, Ellis is Crispin Freeman. That makes this two games in which I have killed Crispin Freeman on stream. Which isn't a lot, but it's kind of weird that it happened twice. Okay, voice cast for Frozen Wilds. Okay, I do find it neat that there's a couple points in it that if you play Frozen Wilds, there's a couple points where it does come up in the main game, which is neat. So they did mocap a lot of this stuff. That's interesting. It occurs to me this was made by Sony, so it is a bit surprising it eventually showed up on PC. I think they just want to keep it PS exclusive. Are we listening to Karja hymns? Hopefully it doesn't go on much longer. We're at 12:30 now. I'm not sure how much longer I can hold myself awake. I'm not like at the point of passing out yet, but it would be good to get a move on soonish. This is also why I'm more inclined to end the stream a little early instead of let things go a bit over. You can probably already hear that I'm starting to kind of mentally shut down because it's getting so late. I'm also very curious what that post-credit scene is about. I'm kind of betting it's a sequel hook. I'm starting to get the sinking suspicion I'm not going to bed till 1 a.m. today. Or would that be tomorrow? Oh, no, today. Oh, here we go. Please don't pull that out.
Hello, old friend. Remember me? We've still so much to discuss. So much you never revealed. Your masters, for example. The ones who sent the signal that woke you. Knowledge has its rewards, don't you think? Well, let's begin.
Oh, shit! Yeah, that was a sequel hook, and I have this sinking suspicion we've just caught a glimpse of the Forbidden West. Also, excuse the swearing, it's been that kind of night. Or morning, because we're past midnight now. Look, I'm tired. I'm not thinking very straight at the moment. And I got the achievement for ending the War Machine threat. Woo! Congratulations on defeating Hades and protecting Gaia's dreams of an Earth reborn. The state of the world has been restored to just before the looming shadow, prior to the final battle for Meridian. You keep all loot and experience from your successful playthrough. Additionally, New Game Plus has been unlocked, granting the option to play the game again from beginning with all loot and skills you have accumulated through this playthrough. New Game Plus loadout of your current inventory and skills has been created. To play in this mode, simply choose New Game Plus option in the main menu. You can also create new loadouts via the pause menu in the game. Thank you for playing! Yeah, I see now. Here we are. Yeah, the final boss was effectively a corrupted Deathbringer, which, okay, from what we've seen in games Beastery, that's the worst you could throw. That is legitimately the worst thing you throw at us, but it would be cool if we had something more unique. Also, now, if it wasn't for the fact I did it already, now would be a good time to go do, actually, you know what I want to do? I just want to do one little thing. I mean, I'm going to be uninstalling because I need the space for Mass Effect, but I do want to make a hard save. So there we go. Okay, so I got to do two things now. First, I would like to verify and announce on stream what the next game will be. Also, excuse everything freezing, I'm tabbed out. So let's see. Winner with 3 votes, putting it ahead by 1, is Mass Effect Trilogy. Yes, the whole damn thing. Meanwhile, okay, who's up at this hour? I need someone to raid. Anyway, I guess tomorrow I will be setting that game up, praying to God it'll work. It should. And I'll be set to start it on Thursday. I'll have to announce that over on Twitter. Also other stuff I gotta do. You know what? You know what? We got .lev trying every PC Engine game. .lev's always a fun one to watch, so... There's not much happening right now because I am up unusually late. So, alright. Let's get this raid started. Like I said, I'll spend tomorrow setting up. Thursday will be the start of Mass Effect. Please feel free to stop by for that. Thanks for everyone who came to catch the ending tonight. Me, I gotta get this moving, and then I gotta sleep later, folks.